Hi everyone. We're gonna continue on our neovim podcast. I did fix some tests off stream, so couple of them to go. Yeah. So let's start this. And also I wanted to adopt my config for telescope. Here we go. In this part actually. And this is something that Fossey suggested in the last stream. And I want to try this out. Let's see. It's another orientation of the pop-up. Let's see, this is for the setup, right? Pickers, extensions. See what we already have here. I don't think we need extensions. I have my own extensions. So then the part is wrap results and layout strategy. What do we need there? Right, default. Here. It's actually just put it there. So let's just see if I have layout stuff here. No. So this should be it, right? For defaults and for the pickers. Okay, I don't have this defined, so let's move this just below like this. Find hidden files, true, no. Don't need this one. What else? This should be it. Let's just reformat this part. And also reformat this part. Let's test this out. So what do we need? Vim spec. Okay. There's something wrong here. So it doesn't seem to work as expected. Something must be wrong here from the configuration. So this height maybe to 4 or something. And the pickup part. Okay, let's just test it with this one. So preview doesn't actually pop up. Why? So preview stopped working with this one. Then let's just comment this out for this time. So I want to finish fixing the tests first. Let's see. Now it works. Preview. Yeah. Strange. I need to look it up in the docs how it should be configured. Vim's. Let's actually run the tests. I'm not sure anymore which one I fixed and which not. Okay, make old test first. There should be only 2 tests failing. The rest I did manage to fix. Can take quite a while. So 2 things. Nested global and matching marks. Both have invalid ranges. Matching marks. Something to do with regex. This one. Substitute. So, okay, this is failing because I guess we're parsing from the global command to the substitute command the ranges. And there is something that I messed up. The let's change this way here. So this part is on visual area. Yeah, I had also some tests which are failing because I set columns here in the selected range for the star here, which broke many commands. So the default would be still here to use only line numbers without columns. Okay, I remember this one. This fixed the filter command. So this command here with an exclamation mark. Okay, this is also fine. Let's put this changes in there. And then we had some things to try out in the X commands, do commands actually. Here for the global. Or was this X commands? Global. Yeah, this one is. This one is it. And this part here. So this global XC1 command operates only per line. And my idea was if we check here for columns to be set, only then set the cursor to the specified column and also the property address count and address type here. Not sure if this helps. Let's just see. This even is necessary. Okay, this didn't change a thing. But also let's run functional tests to see how many broken tests we have there. Because when I fixed the old test, I broke 1 or 2 tests for the global command here in this functional tests. But after the initial run, at least here, I know how to run the specific tests which are failing. When nesting, the command works on one line. Nesting, the command works on one line. This allows for G found, V not found command. Increment global busy to break out of the loop. Yes. Line 2 should not be in count. Cannot do global recursive if range. Okay, so can do it only for line 1. Check regex delimiter. Skip regular expression. Get the delimiter, skip delimiter if there is one. Remember start of pattern. Search rec comp. This actually is wrong. Let's see. Default should be 1 actually. Or above 0. So we are in the global command. Type G and match. Type V not match. Thanks here. I'll just test this out. My assumption was that when we don't set the columns here in this X arc T, then I would populate them with here with the default, which would be actually 1 and max column, so that we define the minimal value, the minimal possible column value would be 1. 0 is not set, so it will be set. The minimal is 1, and the max column is kind of as long as it takes. Right, and actually let's run this one. All tests. But there were also commands executed with the global command, which do not accept column ranges. Commands like set. Also need to add one here then. Would be one here. And this is, I think this is more correct. Let's start again. Initially I was somehow confused. I thought that the minimum column would be 0. 0 stands for it's not set, so the minimum is really 1. And previously, like when we only worked with lines, it was most of the time 0. The columns. So there are other tests failing now. Are not found. Test undo fault deletion. Just thinking here if this is necessary at all. We don't have column set. Let's do it in a different way. Set it to 0 actually. And only set them if I have the right address type. Oops. Do we do here? Let's do the same back here. Right. Not sure about this part here. Didn't understood fully how it works with regular expressions, which are done here. So yeah, we'll just test this out. We still have this issue here. Test undo fault deletion. Let's test the functional tests. was just thinking about how we handle if we just write a range, but define only the first, like the start of the range. How do we calculate, or what's the default for the end? Like if I would say this, do like global whatever a, let's actually do a substitute. Okay, if I don't define anything, what is, so when I just write one, it's first line. If I do a comma but don't define the end of the range, seems that it's the max line for this buffer. So the whole file actually. What would this mean for the columns? I would define this here like this. Would be also max for both. Like the max line of the buffer and the max column of that line. Right, this would be reasonable. So this would be then fine. Approach, I guess. This one would be also fine. I'm thinking if this makes actually any real difference, which one I use. Nine tests are failing. Clipboard stuff. Okay. Global command. Auto format join. Store cursor position. So let's at this part. Just make them the same. Zero. And then I would not need this one here. Rerun them. Oh, I could actually run only the commands, because it takes a while, which we're failing. Yeah, that's how it is now. Can I run them simultaneously? Get slower. So for the old test, we did not improve anything. Right. Let's just open up both tests here in an extra tab. Fold method. FD. Fold method marker. I think somewhere here we had something with folds, right? So in the global here. Global. Or was this in global? XC1. Oh, nothing with fault. Thought it was somewhere here. perform the same function again. Can be moved out a loop, right? So that we don't do this for each loop. Actually, keep it in there. Not sure if this makes a difference here, because of the previous iteration. Let's clean up later. So 9 failed, 2 errors. Out of memory. Okay. Jump to a tag with hidden set. Let's register name. That's actually strange. This is the test that I wrote to being able to debug one of the old tests, but it behaves differently here. Do not get the same exception also, unless I get it from the old test, so I will just remove this part. Clipboard with fake clipboard with clipboard unnamed is updated on global changes. Auto format join. It's working. First test start end. Second test start end. Expected. This one. This line should be joined with the next line and with this line. Global can be interrupted using Control C in command line mode. Let's somehow run only the tests which we are failing. There are a built-in way for that. And let's search for the readme test. And all legacy vim tests. Oh, I can also specify the specific file. Didn't knew that. And only tagged test file is not a pattern string like test tag. Use panning to skip tests. Tests go. By the semantic components, they are testing unit tests. Should match one-to-one with the structure of source neovim because they are testing functions directly. Oh, I can maybe also just run the unit tests, right? I didn't run them at all locally. EG unit tests for source and undo should live in test unit undo spec lua. Functionals are higher level plugins and user input that unit and unit tests. They are organized by concept. Try to find an existing functional blah 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 spec group that makes sense before creating a new one. Then linting, okay. Timeout. Nim test run failing tests. Make ITP run which are run tests which are known to fail. ITP. Okay. I don't know. So let's run all tests again. Alt deletion line 13. Is here. What do we do here? Set FDM marker. Trim end. Set lines. And free delete. And global. Free D. 3D doesn't do anything actually. Undo, redo. So, okay, let me try this out. Let FDM marker. Undo, redo. Just not sure what 3D should do. Here. So I got the same errors here. Expected to have an empty string, but got this. So folding didn't work. Themes. Or actually no, I actually should delete. didn't work, like global command didn't work because it should. Or is this? Undo, redo stuff. Remove this. Go to here, X global. Marked. Set the B marked flag for line number. Not sure. Wait. Just run only the tests which were failing. So let's find this one. Okay, this is this one. Here, all test file. Okay, let's again look in the README how to run them. Yeah, actually like this test file. Oh, only define the file name like this. Oh, much better. Okay. Undo fold deletion. Set option value directly without processing any side effect. Fold column. It's a fold column. A column is a number which sets the width for windows to indicate folds. When it is 0, their value is auto, and 9 maximum is 9. Okay, this is something completely different, so let's think it through. Here under fold deletion. Have the marker, trim, set line, get line. Do global command. Nothing is set. Then whole file. Is the range, right? I think it's somewhere defined default ranges. Default range. It's default range. Default range is for address lines. On line 1 is always 1. And here, dependent on the type, address lines, others, line count. Address count 0. Okay, yeah, that describes it. Default file range is this. So the whole line, right? And we search for this as regular expression and we execute a delete command. Which would mean for us here, we get the columns 0, 0. In range, we should have, in line 1, we should have 1, and in line 2, we should have the current max line. Let's just rearrange my chat there. Get line, whole file. So either the regex does not work, or Either the regex does not work. Or the delete command does not work. Here we have also only line number and columns. Think about that. So if we have column set, then we should set them here, else it should be 0. I think it's like this then. This is not matching lines. It's a different thing here. Retest this. And it worked. So we would have delete here. Go to this. execute one separate command to one command will return null if there is no trailing. To one command. Will return null. Then it would execute get line equal. If get line is get loop line, return true if their get line is uses equals func. Thus returns true. Do this after executing the command to make. Do this after executing it to make add register work. Search right comp. It was that again. Translate search pattern for this. Okay. Actually, column would be 0 here, and we just operate over the lines, which should be just fine. Start and stop columns. We go to here. Right, NFA is what we would use normally. Then we have line number and start and stop columns. So we go here, start column, which would be which would be 0 at that point. Max column, which also be 0. Zero, which means there is no maximum. So for that case, we would have column here 0. Column would be bigger than 0. Let's try again. Pattern starts with this. Okay, but and column is bigger than 0. Okay, that's not the case. Skip to start. Skip until the character C we know a match must start with. That's completely different. In here, reference be only the references in the same function, right? Is this wrong here? If we have 0 column here for the regex, right, then when you try to skip to the start, function is used a lot for simple searches. Keep it fast. String to search, character to find. Okay, this should work because rec start is actually defines the character. Okay, this should be okay, I guess. Rex line plus start of current line. Line number relative to first line. If match text is set, it contains the full text that must match. Nothing else to try, which for us should be the case for this test. The start column is past the maximum column. No need to try. For us, maximum column is 0. So we skip this. Set the end state used by NFA comp to 0 to trigger an error when it's accidentally used during execution. NFA reg try. Start and stop. Oops. Stop. Wait. I've lost this now. Reg try NFA. No reference. There's no reference. So we don't use the stop column here at all. I think it just tried to edit on the pipe, but here actually it's not used. And I'm not sure if I have a test to actually check if this is used correctly. But let's first concentrate on this test. Again, this one. Just play a little bit around here with remove this. This worked, right? Why the redo command actually should not restore this part? Three lines yanked. When I do 3D, yanks lines, 3 lines. And again here. Okay, do 3D. I do global search for that. Eat. Undo. Redo. So I do a delete. Well, I undo. And the actual redo will go back to the deleted state. If you aligned. So the deletion doesn't work. We remove this part also. Okay. Retest. This one has only 2 lines. So this is X commands, right? Delete. Then it's maybe in X. Do commands. No. When I'm here and I do 3D. And I do delete this. Undo. Redo. 3 delete. Should it not delete everything? We still have. Oh, actually, I don't get it properly here because we need to set FDM fold marker to be marker. Let's just define the FDM marker. Set FDM marker. Okay, now 3D enter. Do the same. Do If I just delete this, just to see if 3D command deletes stuff, so it's not deleting. This one should actually be executed as when at the end it would be courage return, I guess. Like 3D. Ah, not the same. Oh, I completely misunderstood that. This is actually an X command, so not the same when I would type it, right? So this is actually the FDM marker. Yeah, what? FDM marker? Why does this now don't work anymore? FDM marker. Marker. Old method. Marker. Strange. Does not matter much here, but what we're executing with 3D is actually this here. So it would mean 3 and D, and we delete like this. Then we would say we search for rest, and then we do also delete. Then we will undo and we will redo. And therefore, if we do this part and we see only these two lines, then it works properly here. Then we do this part, and it does not work, which means that this part does not work. Let's just change this and try it out. Okay. And if we do stuff like this, still not working. And if we do 1 1 and line 2 column, how many columns do we have here? 6. Say 6. Either 7 here. Nothing changes. So what could we do instead to see if the regex matches? So Queen 8 here just to test if we get out of range. Yeah, valid range. So yeah, we are fine here. So with 2-7, that's at least that part is working. Then we should check if the regex works. Can we echo stuff here? So if we do G, this. Let's do this with M. Okay, this let's test this out. So if we do this and then we do an S and replace this like this, right? And do G at the end. What do we get? So the regex part does not match. Do it without that. Okay. Let's go again to the X global. Here, see where we do the regex stuff. Substitute a global. This would error out if the regex compilation would not work. So it should be here. So actually use this here, right? So because we don't set the columns, Yeah. So this was that issue. Let's do this part. Okay, this is working now. So the problem was actually here because I set this to 1, which would mean that internally this here it is built that the regular expression actually start column interprets the start column as 0, right? So the issue was that we had here 1, so we got for the start column 1, which I would expect that this function here internally understands that 1 is actually the first column. I guess internally here, start column is, let's see, go references here, this and there. So there are two occurrences here and here, and they do both regex multi. So let's see here that part. Oh, this is interpreted. We have start column here and we pass it to here. Okay. And then see where are the references here, and there is only one, just here. Start column. Okay, let's see references of column here. Okay. What's like pattern starts with this. Which is not the case here, but even if it would start with the beginning of the line, right? Because this one is the first non-blank character. Okay. Column bigger 0. Rows here 0L. I think this has also to be changed when we actually do take columns into consideration there. Yeah, I'm not sure for this one. But okay, this is not the case for us here. We go further, skip to start. And here it's plus this. But when we have 1 here, we will do a +1. Right? Should this here be then actually checked if this is if this one is bigger than 1? Skip ahead until a character we know the match must start. When there is none, there is no match. Going to search. I think here column number T is used like an index. But actually it's everywhere else used not like an index. And starting with 1 if it's set. And if it would be set with 1 here, we get an error because we just jump over 1 character, which in our test was an error because we searched exactly for the first character. Alright, we can test this one. Let's just say this and go back actually. X to command, right, and here X. Yes, X commands. Yeah, X global. Here. So then we go and do a 1 here. Just test this. Yeah, we'll delete the first one because we skip over the first character and we still match the second one. So this was confusing to me. is used here. Index. You can discuss this with neovim maintainers, maybe if this can be improved or something. Future. Maybe to rename here the parameters or something, like start column index or something like that. So that we know that this is an index. And search. Here. Used as an index. Maybe there is a better wording for that, but so we have column. Because it's actually a reference, right? Used here as an index. Wondering if this is used somewhere where the start column is bigger than 0. So then let's see, find match text. Start column. Go reference. Okay, it's there. Here. Go reference here. Here it's also used like an index. So So it would maybe be easier just to have the column set to default values, which would mean 1 for start if it's not set, and the max column for the end. And here, if we look for the start column, we do -1 always. Then we get the kind of index, yeah, right? So we, for 1, we will get 0 and can add this here. It would still work. But then, you know, everywhere where we pass column number, it's actually always a column number, not that it's sometimes used in like an index, like here, and sometimes it's used like a column range where one is actually the first column. Yeah, this is something you can consider. Okay, but now let's move on. Do this back here and commands, right? Find the X global again. X. Global X1 and global that's passes now. Let's run all of them again. Okay, invalid range for test matching marks. In the substitute pattern, which is matching. Line 4 should be here. Verify magic. Okay, this is really magic. Invalid range. Command line script. Same tail test as above, but use very magic. Where's the difference actually? Don't see it on the first look. Oh, okay, here it differs. It's really cryptic here. Normal this. Then we say dot -4. So I guess here the address resolution does not work properly. Let's just say invalid range. Just test it out how it should look like. Like this, right? Then split it up here. This one should be also like this. Then we remove all occurrences here. Okay. And we should have this here, right? And then we do a normal like this. Okay. And then we do this part here. Let's test this out. Invalid range. Okay. Oh, we do cursor on line and column. Okay. Okay. I did it wrong. So we do cursor on line 4, column 1. So cursor 4, 1. Like this. Then we do the normal stuff here. We are here at big E. And we do this stuff. Adding character. Like this. Pattern not found. Okay, I think I have to remove some escapes here. That's actually it already. Okay. This is how it would look like. But the problem is, guess how we calculate the addresses now. That's really confusing. Dot means current cursor location. -4. And from there till current cursor location +6. That's the range. And then we do the stuff. Right. So if we do back here and we are on big E, 4 to the top, which is 1. We go back to the E and then we do a 6. The bottom, that's 11. And do this part then. Yeah. Okay, and where was the calculation again? Oh, C here and command parse. No. With the normal. Nope. Was this an X do command? Maybe. Command do one command. I forget always where this was. We can maybe search then. Command. C in commands. Yeah, it makes sense, right? To have it here. And we have somewhere like address something address. No. Command C, neovim command, parse command. This was that. And then here we have somewhere parsing the ranges. Name. What is parse command line? Yeah, I guess so. And skip range. Command address. Parse address range, if any. This is it here. Then we do here a get address. So, and when we have a dot, then we have a cursor position. It's not right here. This has to be disabled. I think. Let's try. Now we will only test this file where this found. So, okay, now seems that it worked. Let's test all tests. And I think then some functional test will break. Sure. I have to kind of try to fix them now without breaking the old tests. I just put into many places this new columns to be set. And there when they were not explicitly defined. Okay. Nice. And the functional tests. My tank's pretty hard, actually. Come on, don't freeze. This does seem pretty heavy. Or it may be it's hanging somewhere, I'm not sure. Okay, it failed. Only 2 tests and 1 error. Out of memory. Okay, this is likely why it is hanging that hard. I think I will close neovim a moment. Just to get rid of these lags. We'll repeat this first so we can have a look later on it. So let's go out here. Takes quite a while. Okay. Takes quite long. So let's kill this. Start a new one. Paste the results here. Open a new terminal. Right. And let me just check one thing. System monitor. Checking something is consuming crazy amount of memory. Neovim. 31 gigabyte. This could be just that this is a version that I compiled locally. This could be the problem. Just go out here. Try kill all in them. This doesn't seem to resolve it, huh? Let me just state one tag on my stream also. Okay. Okay. So still system monitor and still growing, and I cannot kill it. Terminate. Or stop. No, okay. Okay, now it's finally stopped. Okay, let's do a paste here again. Open up a terminal, right? Then let's test this one first. Parse command test star register. Failed. Star register. Let's actually try this out. Functional test. Test file. Oops. Mm-hmm. Go here. This is the one. The star register. It's actually really strange because this should be this test here. Exactly the same. But let's split them here. Right. And compare them. Invalid range. This one worked. Then we have a clear. Not needed, I guess, but then we have a new. Then we set the insert to foobar bus quicks. Then we do normal with an escape. Do an yank R. Then we do yank R. Then we do assert here. The register R should be R bus. Expected. So the yanking didn't work here. Now let's do the test. This is basically the same, and at least I think it should be the same. Execute the content of system. Execute the content of the register. So like executing. So maybe it is not the same. But even then, it's this one actually command. Oops. So okay, I used a wrong function here. Okay, this is fixed now. Let's run it again. Close this one. All tests still running fine. Not that easy to replicate the same tests in Lua actually, because all the functions have so few nuances. Sometimes hard to understand when to use what. At least for me, when I'm kind of just started with it. So this is the old thing. We don't need this one anymore. Let's actually completely get rid of this buffer. So now we need only to fix this test here. So okay, but first, before we do that, I want to do a clear here. Do the same thing, but running command and actually writing this out so that we write 3, 5, and 5 to 10. This is the range, right? Do a global on it, regex, and do a delete. And we would expect just this to happen. Okay. Right, and now we open a new here, get back to terminal, let's rerun that. Okay. And 3, 5, 5, and 10. Okay, this is it. Let's search. If this should be again the global command here. And we should be here. Or here, let's see. Each matching, non-matching. So we should be first here. And we have address lines. -1. Let's just test this, and this is for the regex. And here for the regex, we do the same. You remember I said before that it seems that this vim regex multi and all the regex functions below that use the columns as indexes, which they use kind of to find the position in the line. So they add this column to the line number. I think it was like that. Yeah, at least means for us that we need to do a -1 here, so that if we are on the, let's say, column 9 here, because it's added like to the position, we need to do -1. 1 would then be 0, 2 would be then 1, and so on. Like for determine the position in an array or something like that. Then let's try this out. Go back. Terminal. Oops. Let's actually see what we get here. We passed in is this, and we expect 3 and 5. So the regex should match here properly, I guess. Make a 0, and then we do that part here. IBTD12. It's a split mechanical keyboard, actually, and a vertical mouse, which I try to use as less as possible. Window manager guy. Yeah, tiled window manager guy. That's neovim. Do you use Linux yourself? Welcome to the stream. Actually, what Which kind of which distribution do you use? Bluefin. Bluefin. Okay, never heard about this one. Next generation. Okay. This should be it, right? Oh, that's from uBlue. Where's uBlue guys? Okay, now I know them at least. They kind of set up, or they built their OSs from Fedora Silverblue or Fedora Atomic. So it's an Atomic variant, kind of spin-off from Atomic projects of Fedora, right? I used to be on Arch with Hyperland before this though, but I got tired of window managers and used Bluefin on laptop and Beside on PC. Okay. So are you playing also games on PC on Linux? The site looks actually really nice. Yeah, it's boot C, OCI container features. Yeah, it's built on top of OS tree. Yeah, actually using kind of the same underlying technologies at least, because I'm on Fedora Silverblue, and on top I installed neovim. So I kind of do the same thing here, just under a different window manager, and maybe some other packages are different. Bluefin LTS, GTS, enthusiasts, GNOME, kernel, Mesa, NVIDIA. Okay, interesting. Stable one. This is, I guess this is the one, right? GTS. Why didn't you just install Fedora Sway Atomic? Yeah, because they have packages in there, and yeah, just that I don't want and don't need. And the other thing was sometimes I needed GNOME, and it was, I think it is not installed when you install Sway Atomic variant. And yeah, I just decided to install GNOME and on top Sway VM. Yeah. Is Fedora 41 still supported? Okay, yeah. Seems like that. I'm on Fedora 42. That's why I'm asking. Ah, so you are on the right. Yeah, yeah, then you're on enthusiast, so here, 42. Bluefin, just Bluefin. So it's for enthusiasts. But actually, Fedora 42 is just the newest stable release of Fedora, so it's not that enthusiastic, I would say. But yeah, I think it depends on how you define it. But yeah, it looks really nice. Oh, do you plan to look into the Cosmic? They have a Cosmic spin, I think. You blue, right? Cosmic. Because this whole Cosmic on top of Fedora started with blue project, and later on it was kind of migrated into an official Fedora spin. Kernel is a bit old, but it doesn't really matter for me. Yeah, I can understand that. I'm also not kind of trying to get the newest kernel. If it's fine for gaming most of the time, I don't really care that much. At least I didn't had any features that I miss, which were coming with the new release of the kernel. Not really my style, Cosmic. I would rather just use GNOME or TVM. Okay. I like the idea of having kind of both of two worlds, right? So the real desktop environment fully integrated and stuff like GNOME, but having also the possibility to use tiling, window management. It's really nice. My mouse is actually a Logitech vertical mouse. This one. Also, they say that the normal version is for enthusiasts because they want to appeal to Windows users and not actual Linux enthusiasts. Okay, understand. Yeah, that's the one. But in future, I will create my own keyboard with a trackpad. With a trackball. Yeah, with a trackball, not trackpad, sorry. I already ordered all the stuff, just want to finish first my neovim contribution before I move to the next project or next item of my to-do list. Chinese mice. They look very good for the price. No, I didn't. Do you have an example? Keychron M5. Actually, I didn't knew that Keychron also manufactures mices, so this is new to me. But actually it's more expensive than the Logitech one, you saw? So here it's 85 euro, 86 euros. And if you look for the Logitech vertical mouse, right? It's actually on Amazon for 60. Look at this one. This one is 50, but this is not vertical one. Just asking myself, how could this be like 90 years if they build the same stuff but not vertically? I mean, there is the same thing in there. Like from the technical point of view, I don't think there is something different inside this mouse than this mouse. Maybe sensors and stuff are better, but yeah. Yeah, works on Linux, but honestly, I don't know why it should not work. It's a regular USB mouse. Or even if it's Bluetooth. They are kind of, I think it's standard. I have a standard profile for Bluetooth mouse. Okay, yeah, that it looks interesting, just a little bit expensive. There is also Girox V8 and VXE Med R. This one is not vertical, but yeah. It's also not that cheap, right? This is not, no, this is V8, okay, yeah. And the other one you mentioned, VXE Med R. Keychron M6. Yeah, this one is cheaper. AliExpress. But not very ergonomic for more gaming focused. Yeah. Skyrox and VXE I mentioned have a web driver, so you don't have to install mice. Mice drivers don't. No, it's only VXE Med R, not Skyrox. Ah, okay. Like this. But I don't get this one with the web driver. can you kind of configure it via web browser? What do you mean by that? Because if I chat too fast, if you chat too fast, then actually the Nightbot will punish you. So instead of downloading XE for changing the mouse settings, you go to the website and that's... okay, yeah, I understood now. Configuration via web, yeah, it's... makes sense. Yeah, I would like that more hardware manufacturers would do this kind of stuff. Like creating web applications to configure the hardware, because it's most of the time then not operating system specific, so they can also then handle Linux users. It would be nice in the future. But I actually really buy hardware and I look into it before if it works on Linux or not. If it's not, then it's out. Simple as that. Oh, I do that too. I took about product for like 3-4 months for buying. I look about the product for like 3 or 4 months before buying. Okay. That's a long time, actually. I'm thinking about buying a Voron 3D printer in the future. This is kind of project in my mind after I finished my ductile monoform keyboard. Because I bought 3D printer, pretty cheap one for 260 euros or something like that, roundabout. And it's really good, I think, for the price. But it can only print one color at the same time. And yeah, you cannot have different filaments, like different materials for support, which could be handy. And I would like to experiment with this. And also multicolor prints. And yeah, I could buy a Bamboo Lab, but I don't like how the company is acting. So just everyone buys a Bamboo Lab, and but they are not that open source friendly, in my opinion. Yeah, the 3D print I have currently is from Soval. It's a Comgrow T300. So in the EU, you can buy it for 270 euros, US dollar, I mean, but a little bit like 260 euros or something like that. And I think for the price, it's really good. And what I like about it, it's running fully open source. So Clipper is on it. And yeah, basically Clippers is running as firmware. And it is pretty solid. And the quality is pretty good for the price. And it's pretty big, so it's 300 or, to 300. So it's really nice. Can you just buy the thing that you put the filament in and it changes it automatically via one tube? Or does this one not support that? You could do that. There are some projects to do that, but I read about that and it produces much waste, because when the tool, like if you switch the filaments, then you have and you have only this one tool head, then it needs first to kind of push through the new filament till it comes out of the hot end, right? But it cannot do that while it prints further what you started to print. You have to kind of move the head to the side, then push the old material or filament out of it till the new comes out, and then you continue printing. And if you switch often, like you have a model where you have different parts in different colors, then you have to do that for each time you switch. So, and if you switch on a layer like 3 times and you have multiple layers, it produces much of waste. That's at least what I heard from other YouTubers and I read on the internet. So that's what I don't want to actually buy, because it seems like a bad solution to me. The Warren one is fully open source and open hardware, so you can build it for your own if you like, but I would buy a kit. I'm not that experienced in building stuff for myself from ground up, so I will just buy a kit. But the cool thing about the Voron is that it has a really broad community and many mods. So there are different tool changers, like this stealth changer kit. And let's just see stealth changer. And the cool thing about this one is you can have multiple heads and it switches between them. So you would have one head with one filament and another one with another one, and it just needs to switch the heads and doesn't waste the filament when it does that. So it's yeah, I think it's a better solution. And this stealth changer is also open source, and I just like open source stuff and would like to buy one. And you can mod and do stuff with it, so it will better over time as the community find new things to extend on and creating new mods and update also the design. Like the Voron is currently, there are different models that you can build, and the actual Initial Voron is at version 2.4, so it improves over time, and you can buy then also kits like to upgrade to this newer version when they improve stuff. Is that what the weird colored tower is on those printers? No, that I didn't found actually a good good picture of the stealth changer. Let's see if they have good pictures on GitHub. Yeah, it seems like this. So you have multiple heads, and it actually can have like 5 or 6 heads if you need that, but I would just need 2, I guess, 2 or 3 at max. For different colors. I don't expect to print in like 5 or 6 different colors. 2 would be enough for the beginning, and also 2 would be nice if you want to put in one head different type of filament for support print. Like, yeah. No, the ones that change filament via one tube, the waste is it the tower? I don't get the question, sorry. How is this called? Bamboo Lab AMS or something like that? Bamboo Lab AMS. So you read it. High material waste from perch blocks. So that's why I don't like to use this type of yeah, multicolor print. Sorry if I'm confusing you. It's fine, completely fine. Yes, the perch blocks, they become like a weird colored tower in the corner of the print bed. Oh yeah, that's what you mean. Yes. And it feels just weird that this is even a solution. I don't know. This, I don't like to waste that much of filament just to get different colors in my print. So currently I'm just printing in one color, so it's also okay because most of the time I print replacements like for the kids' toys or something like that, if they break something, and if I can create some replacement, then I do that. and also like for the shell of the keyboard. Thanks. It's a mix of a German and Russian and English, I guess. Okay, yeah, that's it. But yeah, also the idea is maybe to stream in the future something 3D printing related. Let's see. I also thought about like integrating a video part here in the stream when I print stuff, so that it's also in one corner you can see that what I'm printing, stuff like that. Let's see, maybe in the future. But first is this neovim feature that I'm trying to implement for quite a while, but we are getting along, so we're progressing at least. What are you excited in the past, like, or currently? Oh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm actually born in Russia, and then when I was a kid, we moved to Germany, and now I'm living live like over 27 years in Germany already. So most of my life I live in Germany. And where are you coming from? BTD? Just test this one. I'm from Saudi Arabia. Cool. I like that on Twitch and YouTube there are so many people from over the world. It's really interesting. Very, very hot weather. That's something I actually like. I like very hot weather. In Germany, it's not that hot. And most of the time, even in summer, there are not too many really warm and sunny days. This is something I miss actually. Like 42 degrees Celsius, sometimes hits 50 in summer at noon. Wow. That's hard. Let's try this out here. But because we always living at the very hot temperatures, in winter it becomes like 14 degrees Celsius, sometimes 12, and everybody goes crazy and says it's so cold. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine that if you're used to that hot weather, this drop of temperature, I mean, it's for you, it's like still 35 degrees Celsius temperature drop, right? Like that. Thank you, Roblut. Yeah, you are the one of my favorite subscribers. As usual. You're lucky, Roblut, that Nightbot didn't really understand German, I guess. So, I fixed the one bug, but now it breaks on another. Invalid range. Here, if we do get buff length line number, like current buffer. Do we have buffer info here? No, I guess not. So it's current buffer, current buffer. I guess. And line number +1. Damn, the translation, I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, it's a friend of mine. That's why he It's writing that weird stuff. So it's not +1 here then. It's really weird why it's behaving like that. Oh, it's an index. Is this it? Zero here. Yeah, it's only a form of greeting for you, Roblot. Yeah, you need to know he's a little bit crazy. This is in valid range, so 1 would be fine here, and let's do -1. Just test this out. SE here and so +1. German is a very weird language. Then again, I do speak Arabic, and that's probably weirder. I'm not sure. Didn't learn Arabic till yet. I think is Wahat Arabic? I think so, right? I thought it means something like one-on-one. Ah, 1-1, okay. What would mean really one against one, or you know, oh, also sometimes people use it for one-on-one. Okay, yeah, that's what I hear, that it's kind of, if you want to say one-on-one, then you say what. That, I think that's the only thing that I know, actually. And Habibi, it's also in Arabic, right? It's also, I think in Turkish it's the same. Weird first word. Yeah. I grown up where it's important to know that. Okay, let's test this one again. Here we have nearly. No, it doesn't change anything. Let me re-execute. Oh yes, German is really a strange language. Um, where would it be important to only know Habibi and one-on-one? Habibi I just learned because we were on vacation in where was that? Exactly. How do you call it? Egyptian? I'm not sure in English. But yeah, they also Egypt. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. And yeah, they often talk to our kids like if Habibi here and there. And this one-on-one I just learned from a friend of mine. Just important sometimes when you have issues with the other and you want kind of to handle it like a man, you do it mostly one-on-one. So gifts are very prevalent in Saudi. What does it prevalent mean? Prevalent. Vorherrschend. Ah, yeah. Okay. Gotcha. This, I think this is not the issue here, right? Maybe it's -1 in here then. If it's set. So this was not it. Maybe I need to use a debugger later on for that. It seems an issue here. They speak different dialect from us. Okay. So there are also many dialects, right? But how hard is it to understand them, right? Is it a really hard different? Now in Germany there are also some dialects, but most of the time you still understand most of the parts. Like where I live is Schwäbisch. It's one dialect, and is if someone really speaks completely Schwäbisch, it's really hard to understand. Ah, okay, I understand. Like some dialects are have more common ground with some other dialects, right? It's I think it's kind of interesting that it's evolves over time and it diverges kind of. There are more and more dialects over the time. Lula Borg. No, don't know them. Lula Borg. Let me see. Maybe I saw him a couple of times. German actor. Didn't knew he's German. Actor, comedian, musician. Actor. Never saw him acting, but yeah, maybe. At least I cannot remember. I also thought I can understand Schwäbisch, but once I talked with a friend who talked in the deepest Schwäbisch dialect and I understood nothing. If you did not understand him, Roblut, then I think I completely could forget it to talk with him then. Maybe you just need to talk more Schwäbisch, Roblut. Need practice more. So from today on, you talk only Schwäbisch, hardcore Schwäbisch. You must preserve the dialect for the future ones. One thing I noticed from Europe is that people are much taller than us. Really? Would be interesting to know why. If this has something to do maybe with the climate that is different? Like if it's when it's that hot, maybe it's better to be small. Okay, and then I only talk with you in Schwäbisch so you can learn it too. Yeah, please. Talk Schwäbisch to me. In comparison to the world, Saudi people are pretty short, like man average is like 165. Oh, okay. Yeah, it would be really interesting why that is. I mean, it should have something to do with people adopting to the place where they live over generations. I once went to Bosnia and the people are like giants there. Okay. I forgot if I run it already after the changes or not. Roblut, do you need something printed via 3D printer? I can make a good price for you. Only you. And you can and you can order a lot, so you can make me millionaire. So yeah, I have a 3D printer. Didn't you know that? What kind of a friend are you? Yeah, business strategy to buy Warren printer kit. Yeah, and then print more and get richer and richer. So maybe I can start then with snowball principle and sell only to friends which sell to their friends and stuff like that. Before I can make you millionaire, I have to become one. No, not really. Like I said, snowball system. And if you are on the top, you get the money and everyone just works for you and get nothing. Are there any limits for me in printing? There are no limits for me at all. Yeah, no, but it's the printer is a Voron. Not Voron. Voron is the one I want to build. Thorval, Comgrow, T that's T300. It's, let me see. Yeah, that's the build volume. Okay, but I want to be on the top. You can be the second from the top. Yeah, it looks good. It's pretty cheap. That's why I bought it, because like first 3D printer, I don't want to spend too much money on it. Just to wanted to see if how good it is, and if I can use it for some stuff really, and if I really would use it for something, or just buying it and it would stay somewhere in the corner. In Bosnia, the people cars looks like they are more expensive than their houses. They living in Audi and Mercedes, but they are living in very small house. Yeah, it's kind of status symbol, right? Prestige. Or are you most of the time like not at home? Maybe that's why. I know like people in Europe, um, especially in Germany, are spending more time in their house or flats, like at home, as they are out of home. So that's why people are buying more stuff to get their home more comfortable than, let's say, in Russia, and like, yeah, let's say Russia. There people are more outside, and therefore they don't spend that much money on getting the in-house stuff. More they buy stuff like for other things. At least this is something that I read somewhere, that this is a general the case. In Saudi, every trip you take, 75 of the cars are guaranteed Toyota. But Toyota is Japanese, right? I hear that Toyotas have a good lifespan and are cheaper to get fixed, and also more reliable. At least that's what I heard about them, and about Japanese cars as such. Toyota is best, but Lexus is better. Yeah, but Porsche is even better. Everyone buys Japanese because the car's parts available are almostly Japanese. Okay, didn't knew that. So you don't see much German cars on the road, sadly. Yeah, sadly. How is it about electrical cars in Saudi? Are there many of them? And is it like growing? or still many drive with gasoline? I never seen an electrical car on the road actually. Really? So no Teslas. Maybe in the capital there are more charging stations or more EVs there. So you think it's because there are not too many charging stations? Just see if this changes stuff. I think there is like none in my city. Okay. Interesting. So line 3. Strange. Oh, okay. This is the here. So move this back. Now it should be free. Still have this issues here. Yay! 100 people. Nice. Thank you for the follow. Let me see. Didn't get the name. Watcher Mahiki. Yeah, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. 100 people. Really nice. Weirdly, also American cars are seen a lot on the road alongside the Japanese. Because even though there are less parts for them, but at least the parts are readily available. Okay, most old Crown, Victoria and Grand Marquis. I have to look them up. Don't know even cars, to be honest. Ah, okay. And the other one is Grand Marquis. Yeah, I actually never see them in Germany, so they are new to me. So let me see, maybe if we don't do this part, but only check for, let's say, heap address type should be address lines. Are there any non-German cars that are seen a lot in Germany? Yeah, I would say that Tesla is really getting popular here. I see a lot of them. Even I don't really understand it because they are expensive, in my opinion. But they are a lot. Else, not sure, but I think there are some from China also growing. I don't remember which one this was, but I heard from one of the colleagues that you get a pretty good one, like already new for like 15 or 16,000 euros, which is actually pretty cheap for a car. TDI, yeah. Golf. Yeah. I would also buy a Volkswagen before I buy a Tesla. Just test the other stuff that it does not break. Who is of you guys Also interested in keyboards and like mechanical keyboards. I'm driving Ford, actually. Both of my cars are Ford. It was not planned like that, but yeah, because they were okay for the price, and I think still that the current one that we have are okay. Oh, I had my mechanical keyboard face, but that is long gone now. Which one do you had? And the others, if you have one or plan to buy one, just write in the chat. Would be interesting to know. And many people buy the Keychrons. Like a lot of people. I had a cheapo Red Dragon. Let me see, Red Dragon 500 K 130. I swapped the switches with Gator and Milky Yellow Pro. Okay, this is kind of 60%. There it is. And the switches, Gator and Milky Yellow. Yeah, I will have to try different switches when I finish my Dactyl Maniform. Linear. Sounds interesting. I'm trying an Aegis AK at 820. I didn't even know all this companies. And the other one you mentioned is Aula F75. But you never tried an split one, right? It seems that they're all like the regular one, just smaller in the size. All of them are cheap because I don't want to spend much on a thing I don't really need. I like my keyboard regular. But you don't know if you don't try. So I was always also using the normal one, but after I switched to the split keyboard, I don't want to miss it. So it's just, what is a cheap split? There are no cheap splits, I guess. But there are some from Keychron also, like split keyboard, which look pretty ugly to me, but this is only my opinion. I mean, this looks Yeah. And there are things like this where it's kind of split but not in half. Which is also not that what I mean. Actually, I mean like that the keyboard is really split and you can put your hands like really far. And you can actually sit and relax. Even if I don't always relax that, but like that, but yeah, it's just more comfortable to type on. Yeah, I think if you don't really type that much, and then it's maybe not that beneficial to you. But for someone who really types a lot, it is a big difference in my opinion. And yeah, I actually have the Moonlander. That's this keyboard here, which is great. They have also a different one, a new one. Let me see, the Voyager. This is the one, the newer. I'm not sure if it has just enough keys for me, but it looks pretty sick. And they have also like new accessories for that. Is this satellite? No, this is not that. They have a trackball that you can attach to it. This is the one. Looks also pretty sick, so I would like to try this one out. Would be really interesting to compare it to my. But yeah, as I said, the next step is to build my own. Here I already printed the parts and yeah, I need just to assemble that and solder a little bit. And the other one that I also want to try would be Genesis 360 Pro. Like this one. I don't even bother if this is a wired one because I don't really like the wireless stuff because I don't like if the battery is drained and then you have to search for the cable to charge it and stuff. This is just yeah, most of the time I'm kind of staying here, so it doesn't bother me if it's plugged in, so I don't really move with my setup a lot. I've been waiting to try soldering for some reason. It looks so cool. Soldering looks cool. Yeah. I'm not that experienced in soldering, but the stuff I soldered till yet kind of worked. So I think it's okay. But I guess if someone who solder a lot will see how I solder, would just think this guy, he has to just need to learn how to solder properly. But yeah, it's everything experience. I don't need to solder that much, so don't have too much experience in that. But I hope to do it more in the future. Because lately I'm looking more on YouTube on all the makers and tinkerers, and it's just so cool to see how many things you can build yourself. Like, it's with the tools you have now, like 3D printing, and maybe in future CNC mills. Like, there are some which are open source, but there are some also from the Voron team. CNC mill. They this is the one, Cascade CNC. They actually showed it, like this prototype that they want to release, this year and also last year. It is nearly finished, as I understood that. So maybe this year or starting next year, this would be available, and I hope that the other kit manufacturer will provide some kits for that. And I would like to have one on my desktop. Also cannot wait what the community will build with desktop CNC machines. Oh, I also forgot there is another split keyboard, which is pretty popular, Glover 80. But it's also not cheap, I would say. But if you type a lot, it's still a good investment, in my opinion. So that's actually it. So okay, I broke a lot here. Let's do and deep column 1 bigger 0. Column 2 bigger 0. Run. running. BTD, what games I prefer? Takes quite a while, huh? So I have 2 arrows. Mark not set. Mark not set. Yank R. So it's always here the first character. Okay, but here this test actually we could run it with the debugger. So at least we see what's happening there. And the line breaks also don't work. Oops. Let's run only this faster. This does not change anything here. Kind of strange. Okay, let's do this. That we make this here. And we try to run this part. Okay, this works with, okay, this part here. And then test file. This filter. And also global. This one. So a breakpoint here. Yeah, okay, let's start the debugger. So command. What's the actual columns? Address count 2. 9, 3, 5. Column number 5 and 10. Okay, and let's move on. So we have 5 here. Okay, we are not through here. 5 and 18. Let's just go here to the spec and see. Column 5 and 18. Wait. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So we are at let's just copy this. Here. We would be at column 5. from here till 18. And 18. Let's just select this here and do the stuff. Let's just see in the registers. Oh, my cat is visiting me. No, no, no. Yeah. Show yourself, not to the others. You want to type? So registers. Actually, marks. I want to see the marks. Soup. What does this mean? Hi, I'm Fossi. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you. Ah. Stop. Ah, okay. Now I get it. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, I'm just further developing on my PR. This is my goal. I want to finish that before I move on to other projects and other stuff from my to-do list. How are you? I actually tried the thing that you suggested, but it kind of didn't work. Maybe we can have a look together. It would be interesting. Let me just look at this one again. I just want to select this part, the marks, again marks. So it's 5 till 17. It seems like new line is not included here. Let me select this part and marks 16. Strange, but 18 does not seem to trigger an error here, like out of range. Sure, I'm just walking through memory, trial and error phase. Wow, interesting. You're reflecting a lot, right? Oh, you mean through memory in like C++. I thought you mean reflecting like reflecting over your life. No reflection in C++ yet, at least not officially. Yeah, sure. Let me just finish this one and then we can have a look. This was 80. We have here command. Delete, right? We have the line number 3 and 5 and 18 for the column numbers. Do command line start. Start executing X command line. Here init. Drawing array. Command line get line equal. Wait, where is the command executed here? Function break get line equal. Save debug stuff. This is the next command line. Get line is function. Stop skipping commands for an error message after all and if while for. I'm sure it's something simple. Yeah, as it usually is. Sometimes spending a lot of time for something simple. At the end, just 1 or 2 characters or 1 or 2 lines, whatever. Next command line. Explore sing line number. Line start. If no line given, let allocate line with fget line. X command line block append. This loop command. Get loop line. As command line. Count. Recursive plus plus. Now here the one command. One command. Do we have here in sub EA? B518. B5 and 18. By command mode. The command modifier saves current state in command mode call on the command later. We need the command to know that kind of range it uses. Okay, so EA. Let's put this here. EA is the command value. Delete. Find X command. Profile command. Count this line for profiling if skip is true. Finally, and if get line equal it's in P actually. In P is nothing. Okay. Not executing may go to debug mode. Set command to address type. Parse a range specific of the form address, and so on. Okay. So this is interesting. Let's jump in here. Is not command size. Address type beep address type address lines. Okay. So then we have the CA command till delete parse command address. Don't need to parse anything here. Skip and space. Would not be it. If you got a line but no command, then go to the line. You find, okay, this is also not it. No special case there. Set when no implemented. Forced command. Parse arguments, check for errors. So ARGT. Modifiable current buffer terminal. Text locked. If not busy and line 1 is bigger than line 2. If the range is backward, ask for confirmation, and if given, swap line 1 and line 2 so it's forward again. Which is not the case for us here. So, and then just see invalid range, right? Like correct range, maybe here. 0 in range, not allowed. We don't have that, so as folding. When returning true, first position, last position are set to the first and last line number of the sequence of folded lines, skipped when null. So bang also not. There are many different cases here. Command read, nope. Command arc. Pass registers. Parse count. Check for account when accepting. Buff name. Don't use unto free foo as account. It's a buffer name. Let's see. Count. Where is it set? Set count. Why commits with no error message for out of range? Change line 1 and line 2 or X command to use count. This is something interesting. Okay. Validate true. Let me just follow again here. Validate and it's okay. Okay, but this is only for lines, not for columns. Okay, then it's not that interesting. Now git command, execute the command. So this is the thing here that executes the command. Call the function to execute the built-in command or preview callback. So the preview, no. Okay, then we have names. What's in the command index? Command delete, right? And we have the command names. X operators. Command function. So again, X operators. This is what we execute here. So we are here now. Let's see what's in the heap. It's changed. No, it's still like it was before. Start line number, start column. What do we have here? OA. There's a start position. It's charwise option type. Do I need to set the cursor position? Okay, let's see. Current window. A cursor line number 3. Oh, come on. There. Okay, cursor start. Again, current window, Wayne cursor. 3 and 5. Set up mark, begin line. Move the cursor to start of the line. Why is column 0 here? Cursor on first non-white in the line. Or what's the sol option? Start of line, Boolean default off. When on the command listed below, move the cursor to the first non-blank of the line. The cursor is kept in the same color. Okay. And then it's moved here. Visual active? No. Column number -1. Just end of operating area for ending on multi-byte character. Used for deletion. So motion type jarwise. Not in visual. Line count is bigger than 1. This is what I actually need also to look into. Get line ml get. The pointer returned by the get functions only remains valid until the next call. Offer. Special case here. Line 1, which is not case. Line count is 1, also not the case. Clockwise. As if line wise. For virtual edit, break the tabs that are partially included. Line count. We are not in virtual operation. This is this other thing here. Okay. So line count 1. Which is also not true here. Else delete characters between lines. Save deleted and changed lines for undo. Line number -1. Line number top. Save the lines between top and bot for both. The big new command, top may be 0 and bot may be burned buffer line count +1. Set the cursor where the deletion starts. Get region bytecode. Go up inclusive. Truth jar motion is inclusive. Only valid when motion type is jar-wise. Inclusive. Leads from cursor to end of line. Leads from cursor to end of line. Color must have prepared for undo. Fixed position is true. Fix the cursor position when done. Fix position and turn cursor column bigger 0. -1. We don't want to end up positioned at null. delete from start of the line until operation. And this makes sense, right? So, okay. The debug session runs out. Okay. Debugger is still running. So into the cursor position is -1. Why? So what do we have here? Column number 1 and column number 27. So when we look at here, column number 1, and when we select the whole line here, we do marks. Okay, that's not that. Just like this. Marks. 0 to 26. What? Why is this 0? Thought the minimum column is 1. Okay, yeah. Let's move on with the debugging. So we have EA here, right? 4 and 4 and 1 and 27. Marks. Here it's 0 based. Marks. Wait, current cursor position should be 9-1. Why is this not changing? Okay, now. Let's rerun this without debugger. This and OA inclusive is true. Or at least I would say or deleting. Let's do it way. Just want to try this out. If we use here inclusive true. Alright, this has special cases here, yank, delete. So this didn't change actually anything. Or at least not didn't change anything in the right direction. So inclusive is wrong here. Chartwise. One command. Skip range. X operators. So we are now here. Next. So OA. Chartwise. Yeah. Yeah, let's actually, I can restart this over. Let's look into it. You were very patient, thank you. So let's see. It was here. Telescope. Let me find the setup. Yeah, there. So this part I copied from you, but actually I changed, I think, this part here. It was 9 before. This is how you wrote it to me. And here, this part I also copied from you. But I didn't change here anything. So now when I restart, it's just, let me show you how it looks like, right? So if I search for, let's say, command C, list or C, I don't get the preview. It should be at the top right, but it does not appear. What I then tried to do is actually reducing the height, because I thought maybe it solves that. Let's do it just to 3 reasons. And yeah, when I do that and I search for command, this does not appear at the top. Not quite sure what the reason is for that. Yep. Can do that. Let's try this. So, you mean like this, right? So I commented that out and at the defaults. My setup was like this. So this and yep, pickers disabled and this part disabled. And then if I open up, you see I have the preview. So maybe if you play around here, let me just go back. We do activate this and maybe only this, just to see if this does change anything. But yeah, actually moving to virtual already seems to remove the preview. Yeah. Wait, what is wrapped inside of the defaults table right now? Let me open it up again. You mean what's inside here is I did other mappings, file ignore patterns, vim grab arguments, path display, and else actually it's everything the same, only this layout is here. Layout strategy. For details for available strategies. Vertical. Okay, so for you it works, right? Okay, now it's required. Do you see the preview without layout strategy set to vertical though? Yeah, I see it if it's not set to vertical. And still setting the other options like layout config. Yeah, let me try that. I will disable this and do this, right? Yeah, this seemed to work. Let's move back. And let's do also enable pickers just to test this out. So this is also working. I think maybe it's because for streaming I zoomed in and I don't have too much space in here. Maybe it's just because of the preview height. Let me do this to like 2. And here also like let's do just to test this out. Nope. And still said, okay, I'm gonna send you a snippet in Discord to replace entirely and see if it works. Yep. Let me just look at it. Okay, let me select this whole thing here and paste this in. Require okay, let's see. Nope. Doesn't seem to work. Maybe it has also something to do with UI select. Let me comment this out quickly. Can search for telescope. Also extension, I have projections. Not sure if this changed anything. Okay. Enable this part here. Should work, right? Also this one. Yeah, I think maybe other stuff that I enabled somehow plays a role in that. Let me. Yep. Dip. This was 6. I think it was this 5. Let me just check a little quick. This was 5. Okay. And this was 6, and this was 9. Not sure which version this is, but yeah. I mean, telescope layout. Oops. Layout strategy. The layout of telescope pickers can be adjusted using the telescope default layout strategy. Default layout config. Flex layout swaps between horizontal and vertical stretch based on the window width. Oh, when I set up mine, I did tag on 8. So I have my telescope bit set up for lazy. Yeah. I didn't update it for a while. I mean, if I go X, right? I think I didn't set it up here. Just see the commit. So this is the last master. Yeah, I have my dot files as backup. But okay, let me just do one thing for this. Let's comment this part out for now. This also, and yep, just okay. Could collect. Shortly collect the stuff, then oh, okay. Let me find my telescope setup. So let me do this. Okay. Just okay, this is it, but now change the config here. Oh, nothing. I think something different interferes here. So some plugin of mine, or let me test some other thing. Yep. That's because of the zoom. And that's what I suspected before. It's just because of the limited height that I have when I actually zoom in for a stream. So sometimes it's like, you see, it just disappears. Yeah, we had this same idea at that point. Yeah. And in that case, you can play around with the height and width and see if you can get the preview working at your zoom level then. Yeah, I think I will try this out when I not stream. Then I will try to have it vertically, because with the zoom, it's just even if I would manage to get it in here, see how much lines I have to fit actually the preview. So let's say I would keep it small here. I would have like a couple of lines for the files, right? And then yeah, you have then one line in between, and then like one line for the border, and then you have just couple of lines to see really the preview. I'm not sure if this is that good then at that point. Mm-hmm. 8 or 9 files showing. Yeah, I mean, we can just test out. Let me find it here. Let's set the height to 2 and here also to 2. And you just... Okay. Doesn't work like this. What is actually... There's actually the values in there. It's percentage, I guess. Right? If you do like if you write a decimal floating point number, then it's percentage. I think maybe it's better to use line values. Let's say for the height, or is this the complete height? And this is the part. I'm just not sure how this works. What's the height here? Preview cut off. What if I just remove this part? Canon takes 90% of the space. Because like if we have percentage here, maybe it's hard if you have just a couple of lines. So maybe it's better for the preview height, let's say, to like lines like 10 or something. And here also like 10. Yeah, I think it's just an oversight with the preview potentially. Shows fine in horizontal layout, maybe vertical was an afterthought. Seems like that. What happens if we do this like that, and here also like 5? Picker diagnostics. Not sure about even this diagnostics picker. Let me just remove this part. Okay. So it seems like this one is really the overall height of the whole thing, and the preview is just a part of that percentage, but in lines at that point. So this seems to work. And this means for me, actually, I need to increase here this number, say 20, to get the preview bigger. Yeah, actually, yeah, this would do it. So it you see more than I expected. Actually, I thought that the preview window will be too small. Ah, you're right. You're right. I forgot that I zoomed out and it saved it. Yeah, it seems like there is maybe another configuration somewhere which kind of states if you have only X lines or something, then don't show the preview. It is mainly for the stream, but I'm too lazy to kind of zoom out when I'm off stream, so I just get used to it. But this is only on my desktop PC, so for work I do not zoom in, like on my working computer. My daily job I don't zoom in. But I think it's too small like that, or can you see actually what let's see what the code looks like when you are zoomed out. Yeah, this is like the maximum the minimum zoom in where it works. When I just zoom a little bit more, then it disappears. How is it from your side? Is it possible to read the stuff, or is it too small? Okay, yeah, then let's try it like that. I will try the setup for a while and see how it is. Only worries mobile device. It may be small on that potentially. I can load the stream up on my phone and see if you want. Yeah, it would be great. Thank you. Did you saw? I just hit today 100 subscribers. And 100 followers, I mean, sorry. I'm 100 followers. Subscribers would be just insane to me. So now everything looks so small because I'm used to the zoomed in version. No, don't make. Yeah. Just hit today. Yeah, I'm really super excited about that. It's really great. Took me a while. So how it looks like from the phone. Can imagine it small, right? Probably I can't check on my phone because it sucks. Maybe you can load it on yours at some point and see. Yeah, I will check that. Thanks. Still for trying. Just X operators. This is in do command. So oh, it's now a different launch touch free. Like that, and then see what's in OA. Start was in 3.5 and 3.18. That's the next one. 4.1 and 4.27. It's going below. Clockwise. 9-wise. Yes, this is the char-wise part. It characters within one line. Yeah, this is because we do this test buffer vim spec right here. Oops. Let me find the test here. Global graph. Yeah, this is the test. Because we do a regex before we pass it to delete. So here we have range, full range, then we do a regex, and for each match, which is working only line-wise, we get, like if this acts on 3 lines, we get delete called 3 times for each line. That's actually the issue, because then here it thinks that it acts only on 1 line. Could be better if we could pass the whole range. Or we have to work around this per line. Also possible. What do we have in N here? 26. So we are not in the virtual operation. So op. Start. Column is 1 here. Here it should be 0 then, I guess. Yeah, okay. How to format. Code after inserting or deleting text. Format options include the A flag. Okay. And then the whole thing here. Operation end. Yeah, I think that's it for today. It's already late on my side. So we will continue next time. So did progress a little bit, so I'm fine with that. Yep. Can close. So thanks for joining, and see you in the next one. Bye, I'm Fossy.